Guys, welcome to the shop. As you can see, we got a couple of changes to the broadcast. So first off, how's the audio? Cool. All right. Thanks, guys. All right. So try broadcasting from a different position this time. So we're going to go top down, and then also I have a secondary camera so you guys can see what I'm doing down the sides, and then we'll get started. Today we are doing sort of a retro vibe thing, go figure. I'm thinking, I was playing around with some designs earlier in the week, and I just pulled a center stripe, and then then using the button studs here, I kind of came across to it, and all of a sudden I was looking at the Atari logo. So that got me kind of feeling this old school 80s vibe. So we're going to take some late 70s, early 80s color palette, and we're going to start with kind of an interpretation of the Atari logo right here across the front, and then build from there and see what we come up with. So let's get to taping. Thanks, man. It's been something I've been working on, just trying to get set up and figured out. It's been driving me nuts, but I think I finally got it. So I'm glad you dig it. Actually, I guess before I do that, I'm going to tape this off. Also, I am streaming through software today, guys. So y'all let me know if it starts buffering or giving y'all any grief, because I'm not sure how that works versus just using your phone. Hey, Michael S., welcome in, man. Grumpy Suzanne, did I say hi to y'all? I remember. Hello. Yeah, I think like kind of old school scooter helmets is what comes to mind when I see this thing. And that's kind of where my like ever since I got it, it's been sitting in my office forever. And a lot of stuff that I paint does that just while I think about what I want on it. And this one almost got that pink paint job that I did on that deck because I think that would have looked pretty cool too. Nice. I love all the videos people make where they cut like them playing in a band to different music. Those crack me up. Hey, Amy Joe, how you doing today? Good to see you here. Pete, how you doing? So we'll start there. So that'll frame out the back. We can take over. Cool. I'm just going to use this as a spacer strip to start deciding where we want the next set of lines. We'll look at Atari logo real quick. See how much space there was. Okay, here's a T98. So it's not going to be a perfect representation. We're just going for something that kind of implies that shape. I'm going to add a couple of extra spacer lines in. Wish I still have my Atari, but I think the oldest system I still have, I think, is my Dreamcast. Actually, I think my son has that. Excuse me. Mister, we are painting this helmet to kind of feel 80s vibe. We're going with a kind of a riff on the Atari logo. And then we'll paint it in candy. And thanks for stopping in today. I appreciate it. If you are digging on what you're seeing here, I do this pretty much every week. Tuesday is my general day. We'd love to see you back. The chat's pretty active. These guys are pretty cool. Jerry's still out on Grumpy, but you know, we'll see. So the question is, I think, all right, so if I add this back in as a spacer, so I got new glasses, and these progressive lenses are great if you're looking at flat surfaces, but man, they make curved surfaces look distorted as can be. Hey, Dee Dee, how you doing today, man? Sounds like a good problem to have, OP. Hey, Urban, welcome in. Hope you are well today. Thanks, Amy Jo. I appreciate that. Enjoy the rest of your day. All right, so that's where we're going to start. So from the front, you just kind of got this wide arc, and then around back, and then we'll come and play with something to put down across the base. Or actually, I might just either leave that silver or spray it in with something solid instead of trying to pattern the neck piece. Let's see here. So I think I want to get some vinyl. The museum of my mind. Thanks, mister. It's really not that difficult. The hardest part is learning how to pull the tape without breaking it. And once you kind of get that down, then it's like having a giant doodle pad. Except instead of having to erase, you just pull up the piece of tape and try again. What sounded cool? think I enjoy the taping part more than the painting part. The taping part, the cleanup's real easy. And I'm lazy. This line won't exist for anything other than to be another spacer. As I try to kind of form in what I want the side of the helmet to look like here. Here, y'all give me an opinion on this. So when I come down right here, do I want to try to sink in around this rivet closer? Or do I just want to cut it off and kind of race over to this corner? What do y'all feel about that? Thanks, Urban. We'll go with that. Tape got a piece of pull in it. Let's start over. Cool. Option B it is. I'd like to try and do one of these where I just like come up with a bunch of questions as a poll, and then I'll only paint what you guys pick in the poll in chat. That would be fun. Option A was too late. So one of the things I've been considering is starting up doing some lives, but lives that I'm not talking in, just open shop noise, ASMR style, maybe a little lo-fi playing in the background. I've got a lot of lathe work and stuff I need to get done. It's almost artisan season here, so it's time to get products made for the shops. Let's see. So I was thinking that might be pretty neat just to let the cameras roll while I'm in here working at the lathe or whatever. Okay, so I like the way that shape is turning out. And then we can fill in, because remember, I've got a face shield that's going to go here. It's one of those like, I guess 2/3 masks. But I'm going to pop the actual shield off and just leave the visor part. So it'll have a nice little black visor that sticks out about 1.5 inches from the front of the mask. Thank you, Michael. Let's gel back into the top mode. And let's get this other side taped up. Stay. Hey, LB, I appreciate you stopping in, man. Thank you. Perfect example. Just pop that tape. Just not paying attention. I found when I'm doing this type of stuff urban, it just to go. Just let it happen. I do okay with drawings and plans, but my idea of a drawing and a plan is, I don't know if you were here last week, but like that's the black and white board that I painted. I sketched that over the coffee the morning that I painted. It's just, it's like this. You get an idea and it's like, oh, okay, that idea will work. Let's do something with that. And then pretty much throw most of the idea out of the water or out of the boat once you start trying to make it. Don't know if I can do. All right, Suzanne, enjoy your lunch. Let's see. All right, so the reason I stopped here to mask this off is because this piece that I have hanging in the back, this little tail here, I want to go under this stripe. So that means this part has to be protected to be sprayed last. The certified label. Yeah, you can ask, and I can tell you. It is buried under about a 1/16 of an inch of plate. These helmets aren't usable. These are all expired. These are just art pieces. But yes, it was certified label. It would have been right about there, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I've got one inside to paint still that I will have to leave the labeling on. But this one and the copper one that I did a couple of weeks ago were old. Of course, PK. If I have the answer, I will try to answer. Or I could just make something up. Yeah, I've got a couple of rider friends that are very adamant about having, and it could just be that new equipment syndrome, but they get testy if their helmets are too old. And I'm like, if it's crash rated, it's crash rated. As long as it's not crash rated to like a standard in the 70s, it should be okie dokie. But I'm not a rider, so it's not something that concerns me. Yeah, I mean, I don't begrudge them for feeling that way at all. One of my uncles was in a near fatal accident, and he flew for quite a bit over the front of a car and landed in a ditch. And it was the full shield helmet that he was wearing that more or less saved his life. It was the leg amputation and stuff afterwards that was kind of a harrowing experience, but at least he lived to tell the tale. So I'm scooching up on that. Let's see, there we go. Well, yeah, that definitely slowed him down when he on impact. I got to say, this new camera setup's kind of nice. I find myself looking over at the monitor because when you're right up on something looking, it doesn't look even. And I look over on the monitor and I'm like, oh no, that looks fine. So we'll go with that. Get those out of the way. So what we're doing here is this section is going to come up, go underneath the main band. I'll tape off this corner here probably as well. And then we'll start coming across with stuff into this area and just kind of build up from there. I kind of almost wanted to just leave this one in the metal flake, just for that straight 70s look. Yeah, we done some crazy stuff as the kids for sure. Thanks, Urban. This is link's not in the description yet. I'll put it up before the video goes live for rewatching, but it is 4-to-1 mix of the Vanderslice flake mix. It starts at a 0.004 and goes up to a, oh geez, what does it go to? I think a 1, 0.8 or a 0.8 or a 1, and it's 4 different sizes. And then I used the Maxima White Pearl as well. 4 parts flake, 1 part pearl. And I'm very pleased with it. And this is sanded, so this is muted out. Let me, 1 second. So like BK. So I just hit it with a little. There. Now you can see the damp over the clear. It'll dry pretty quick, but. And then once I get this thing actually clear coated, then it'll be, well, as always, that's where the magic happens. Is it empty? Let's see. That's a quarter. So where's my 2 mil? All right, Michael, you have a good day now. Save that. All right, you guys just bear with me for 1 second while I kind of look at this and see where I want to go next with the shape. Looks pretty even across the back, huh? Thanks, BK. I love the shape from the top. I think that accomplishes just what I want. I think maybe this off. Thank you, Sam. So I think I'm gonna put some lace back here. Y'all remember that purple deck that I did? It's kind of like a spindly spiderweb looking stuff. So I think I'll lay some of that right in here just to fill in that back line. And that'll take care of that area. So we'll go ahead and mask it off for now. Let's see. This is the spot that's bothering me. I don't know what to put in here, so I think I might just do some straight pinstripes and come in across the line of these two studs with them. Like that. Yeah, that'll work. Let's see if I do. That's pretty close. Okay. Now we'll see if we can do the same thing on the other side. Starting with the stuff. Sorry for the break, guys. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to divide this last hemisphere up. I think I want to kind of put like an S curve down it maybe. But I think I used the wrong tape for that. So without further ado, we waste 50 cents. I'm sure that most of you guys came in from, or at least the guys chatting, are in from subscription feed or notification, but did any of y'all come across this in the shorts feed? I know my phone used to do it that way, but the software I'm using, even though it's vertical, I don't know if that's where it's going out to or not. Yeah, I was just wondering because my overall viewership on this one is lower than it has been when it's been going to the shorts feed. So I was just curious if I had messed something up trying to use the software. But it doesn't really matter to me because I think having the multi-cam for you guys is more important than hitting more people in the feed. It looks cooler. All right, people, be like Grumpy. Hit subscribe, hit notifications. There you go. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea why it works sometimes for some people and doesn't for others. I've been trying to schedule them so that the push notification has time to go out to people, but this week was kind of difficult because I didn't have well, with the new cameras and the microphone and stuff, I didn't have everything set up and ready to go until 20 minutes before I went live today. Yeah. 10 minutes, whatever. Thank you. And I don't sound like I'm in a tin can. At least I think I don't sound like I'm in a tin can. You know, that was a big concern of mine, just in general. Um, the guy I learned all this stuff from does live streams, and he generally films. He does bigger stuff, so his cameras are a little bit higher to get the entire panel in. Um, so I was really concerned when I was doing the small stuff that I was going to have that problem. And my phone does, the one that I tape the time lapses with does a pretty good job. But when I got these in and saw how clear they were, I was really concerned, but pleasantly surprised so far. I think maybe I need to square this back corner. And then round the two top edges. So we'll go curve here. So what we're going to do is we're going to leave this curve and this curve, and then we're going to put a curve here and then square this corner, I think. I don't know, maybe I'll curve all of them. Let's see. maybe square this one and curve this one. Let's try that. Yeah, so much of this process BK is just back and forth. I've pulled half a tape job off just because I get to a point where I'm like, it doesn't quite do what I want it to do. I try not to do that when I'm taping this stuff live because, well, then you take what's already going to be a 3 or 4 hour process and turn it into a 5 or a 6 hour process. So I try to just pick and commit, but sometimes it gets the better of me. It's actually the thing I'm the worst at. That's neat. Completely off topic, and only one person in the chat's going to get this, but what were the days off on that schedule that you were offered? It just occurred to me that there was a Tuesday on every one of them. Yeah, you sure don't like it the way this stuff smells, do you? Okay. All right. So yeah, I'm much happier with that, I think. Can y'all see that shape? So nice square corner, good round up around here, and then rounds here. I know, right? It just, like, I don't know why it just occurred to me, but all right, so now what we're gonna do is try and so what we'll do is we'll go opposite here. We'll do, so this is a square corner, so we'll do a round corner in this pocket, and then because this one's round, we'll go straight up and square here, and then we'll round off this corner as well, I think. So that's going to be my square corner. Ooh, you know what? Actually, we're going to do this. So, okay. So we're not going to round anything else off here. Instead, well, I don't like that. Go figure. All right, so what I think I'm going to do is, so I've got this round curve down here, and my thought was let this line run over and then continue to the other side, where it'll then do the same thing, and then this becomes all similar to this one. This becomes its own other panel that runs under this stripe. But now that I'm looking at it, what I think I'm going to do is round this bottom corner here. Oops, sorry, there we go. Round this corner here to match this one, and then do the same thing, square this side so that this panel again just repeats right over here. So we can take whatever, we'll be able to run the very back pattern all the way across both of those frames. I think that'll look cooler. So we cut here and here. No, I'm doing it, BK. I've got my cameras mapped to my keypad on my laptop. And it's just right here to my right. So whenever I go to change, I just reach over there and hit the camera, the number 1 or number 2 on my keypad. Technically, I don't have to put that curve in, do I? All right, Michael, enjoy the rest of your day, man. Appreciate you hanging out. pulled off the front panels. Because I wasn't vibing on it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this piece here and we're going to turn it back. Well, back this way. I think it'll get me what I'm after. Because what I want to do is I was getting away from my primary design and I want to go back to following that as my inspiration. So we're going to take this and we're going to come back in and we're going to loop back to where it looks like it just does this number around the helmet. So something like that, I think. Which then gives me an interesting piece to play with here to come up with something instead of just having like an empty cell sitting there. So let's go back to this position. For almost 30 years, BK. I don't know how she puts up with my shit. Is this our 30th or our 29th this year?
Feed Shithead, it's 2 p.m.
So I think this gives us something a lot more interesting to work with, because now it makes those two pieces one cell that I can connect. I'll probably bring these pieces up a little bit more so they look like they flow across. But now that gives us some space to play with shapes, like a nice big round curve here. Or even break off another little cell right here to do 3 panels. Yeah, sort of. A little bit. I could feel that. Okay, there we go. So yeah. So now that just feels like one continuous panel across the back. And then we can start playing with shapes on the other side. So actually, let's do that. Let's make this a 3rd cell, and we'll start there. But she loves Marvin the Martian. That's good. There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom. It's my aluminum Q32 space modulator. Explosive space modulator, sorry. Dodgers in the 27th and a half century. Great, now I got cartoons running through my head. I'm never going to get anything painted today. Kind of like back in college. Great, cartoons all day. Never going to do anything. Hey, what's up, Steve? Hey man, I wasn't dodging you last night. I had literally just hit off on a test for the live. And before the off could process, I saw your name pop up in the chat. Hey, Freaky Mom, how you doing? Welcome in today. Hope you are well. So how are we feeling about that? It looks kind of interesting. I think so. And I think we'll pull the same trick here. We're going to line this one and then let it curve right here to kind of create the little Y shape. And then we'll let this spill over into the other side. Actually, let's just go straight back. Feels like something. Oh, laundry. the other one. So. Thanks, Freaky Mom. Oh, I didn't do that side, just that side. All right, so here we go. This is kind of what the main pattern will look like now. So now I'm just going to go through and mask up this because that'll be over was here, and then all of this will go under the main stripe. Sorry. Got to move y'all back. Ladies and gentlemen, the original owner of this helmet. Auction it off for art supply money. Freaky Mom, are you asking if I plan on putting lace in it? Yes, actually. Where to put it? So on the, I could put more if you want to see it, but on the back panel here, there's 2 cells, and I've got this kind of Gothic spider web looking pattern. And that's going to go down here in these cells. For now. And then I've got some other stuff too that I might do to fill in with. Where was I? There. Okay, if I auction this off, I'd get money for a box of crayons, maybe. And like Dollar Tree crayons at that, probably. No, I won't. We're in Kentucky. When you hear us talk about Florida, that was before we moved out here. Yeah, I'll get them next time I'm there. Or if y'all are coming up here at some point, bring them. I'm always looking for more stuff to paint. You know, and it might be, um, but I quit eating bread products for the most part, which the southerner in me has been rebelling, but you know, it's not like I can get really good French bread here anyway, so. No snow up here now. It's 60 today or something like that, maybe. Pushing 60. Dude, you have no idea how much I miss Chisasi Sound. Yeah, BK, that was my problem was I got to where I was very unhappy with my overall weight. But I mean, I'm Sicilian and I was born and raised in South Louisiana. So I was going to be a Pillsbury Doughboy at some point in my life anyway. Damn good food in the South. It's fully taped in. You guys can get an idea of what the sides are going to look like more. So there you can see each of the panels fleshed out. I'm not sure I'm feeling this anymore. I might come back and do something different under the button studs here, but we'll see. All right. Yeah, it does look pretty nice from the top, BK. Hopefully you never have to see it coming at you from the top, though, because that would be kind of, well, painful. Pardon me while I pause for station identification. Actually, hold on. I have a screen for that. Chat amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. Okay, and we're back. I have some of that in a spray can, BK. Some of that stuff. Where it goes from like purple to green or purple to blue. It's actually a pearl. It's a powder that you add into the paints. Okay, so now that we've got these taped off, those aren't even, and that bothers me, but I'm not going to fix them. I think I'm going to do something that scares the crap out of me. All right. Nope. Never. Back to the Charlie Brown reference. Just call me Pigpen. As a dirty monkey. Yeah, the colors that are available are absolutely crazy. There's a guy down in Miami, Dip Your Car, I believe, is the channel. and he's got all these absolutely crazy interference pearls, and I plan to buy some at some point from him just to play with them because I love the notion. Sorry, brain glitched. I love the idea that, you know, you can do so much with that stuff. Looks good. Do this one. How does that look? Don't know if I like this. It's better. Still too wide though. Yeah, I like that shape. That's much better. Sort of. They drive it up the mountain for sure. Oh, hey, Becky, you know, down by the river, that big rock that you can see when you drive across the big boulder from all the floodwaters? That thing's been underwater for like the last 3 weeks. For reference, guys, that thing's about 20 feet tall. Just a big boulder sits right in the middle of the river. So now we're going to do another one, but wider. Dude, no lie. I think this design was named after a Guns N' Roses album. Oh no. I hate to tell you all this, but I mean, I think I'm getting close to finishing up the taping part. I know y'all are just so enamored with it. Hey, Suzanne's back. Okay, I need to find a pin. So over. So 1 dot. Two dots. Three dots. Under, and then this is 4 dots. All that planning, I'm going to forget what I did here in just a minute, so don't worry about it. Okay, so that takes care of the top cells. As gobbledygook as that looks. Go away. So let's get this trimmed. And then we're going to mask these sections. Sort of. I said it in one of my other lives, it's the cool thing about this process is that it really doesn't matter, because all you're looking for is something to add contrast when you spray the paint. So it doesn't have to be this beautiful design or pattern. You just kind of let everything build. And the showstopper of any paint job like this is the depth that it creates. Oh no, too far. Dang it. So we got the squiggles up top. We're going to do a small lace panel in the back. And then I think, man, I don't know. No, you know what? We did it last week. I don't know if that would be too much to do again this week or not. What do y'all think about another sunburst? Because this time I would do it in yellow and do it from right here. Actually, I could do it in yellow and orange and do it right across the back and let it wrap around that edge. All right, we'll do that. Okay, so let me get that masked up. Give me some. I have to open my other masking tape real quick. God, Rob is going to be so thrilled that I figured this technique out. He's going to be selling me so much tape. See, where do I want to start this? This is hard over the helmet. Way easier on a skateboard. Straight. There. We're up to 20 likes today. That's not bad. I think 27's my high. One of these, so if we could get there, that'd be cool. That's it. That's what y'all came to see, right? Just a big giant orange helmet. actually reminds me of the Lego helmet from the space dude in the Lego movie. I think I lost. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, well, like I said, that's kind of the one of the processes that you don't have to have something carved in. I mean, if you're doing something for a customer, sure you do. Unless you end up with the types of customers that I tend to end up with, which are like, here's some money, just do something cool, which are my favorite types of people in the world. But realistically, that is not how it always happens. So I am much more content working this way. I like the chaos factor. In fact, I have a job coming up for, I mean, it's going to be a while before I start it, but it's a stickler of a client who is very particular about things. And I can't wait to butt heads with him over how the project turns out. Yeah, Becky, I'm talking about your husband. All right. It's not just the perfect purple, it's the perfect purple and gold. I appreciate that, Crumpy. I really do. Oh, I know the glittery ones, and he gonna get it. Like, he's gonna get more glitter than this helmet has on it. And I've got a lot of glitter on this helmet. Yeah, I know. I'll be sure and paint you a helmet that clashes with the bike, though. All right, I think I'm gonna take these out. Oh, 100%. Big old roll tide on the side of it. Wait, Suzanne's in here. I can't say that negatively. Oof. Wouldn't be wearing hankies. I'd be like that guy in, what was that, The Mummy? He had all the different amulets from all the different religions. Be praying to everybody. Thankful that I was still walking if I had been in 3 of them. Nah, Becky got moderated by the AI. I totally thought I had turned that off. Yeah. No, you don't. I thought I had turned it off. That's why it's still there. But oh, you won't be the first person. Almost everybody in this chat knows each other from other videos, other lives that we all watch. And we're all pretty much moderators there, and we're all sticklers for keeping the joint clean. I'm all for some colorful language, you know that, but you never know who's watching. Got to look out for the babies. But I'll have that turned off by next week, so you won't have to worry about it. What? Oh, talking about the when he was carving. That's crazy. Yeah, it's one of the reasons I was looking at Streamlabs as an option for being able to have pop-ups for you guys. So somebody likes something, you know, or somebody does one of the little emote things, you get little animations across the screen. So I was playing with it, and that was one of the things that loaded, and I thought I had turned it back off, but apparently not. So I'll dig a little deeper after the live today and get it straight. Yeah, it's a sad truth. I mean, it's a good thing and a bad thing at the same time. And it's just, you know, part of it is nobody's had to deal with getting punched in the mouth because of the anonymity of the internet. But likewise, a lot of people haven't had to deal with being punched in the mouth. So that's a good thing too. You know, it's like I dealt with it, but I didn't want it for my kids. I didn't want them to have to deal with it. So I'm glad they didn't, but there's a difference in approach between their generation and mine because of that. Yep. Of course, my youngest son is developing quite the taste for profanity. I don't know where the hell he gets that from. So maybe I wasn't quite watchful enough. And like we from the South, we cuss in church. And that's the preachers. All right. So we're going to take that cell and that cell and just put some lace in. So funny story. I guess no surprise, Sicilian, so Catholic, right? And when I was in junior high-ish or whatever, I was an altar boy. We had this priest who loved football. So if there was a noon game, mass was like 35 minutes. It was like we all scrambled to get that assignment just because he was going to be in the rectory watching football come hell or high water at noon. Hey, what's up, CW? I haven't used this one in a while. So I think that with the spider web one. Yeah, that'll go. All right. So now for the big reveal. Color time. We have red, orange, gold, and I'm going to spray a sample. I can't decide if I'm going to do the root beer brown or the copper. So I'm going to spray a little bit of those side by side and see what we end up with. So, dang it. I swear one of these days I'll have my air compressor plugged in ahead of time. Have fun, Becky. BK, it is what she lives for. That is going to be a hard decision. Let me put this on camera, see if you guys can see it. I'm going to kick y'all to the top view real quick. All right, so the darker one is the root beer brown, and then this is the copper. Y'all want some... Actually, let me throw some other colors on there real quick. Y'all can have some comparison. CW, this is the Iwata Neo. $70 or so at Hobby Lobby. I've used some of the more expensive ones. I've had, well, I won't say more expensive. I think it's the same price for the Black Widow at Harbor Freight. I think is right in that same price range. And I had one of those and I loved it right up until the moment I didn't. And the reason for that was that I could not keep it clean no matter what I did to it. it always seemed to get stuff fouled up in it. And then at one point, it just literally the trigger quit working. Yeah, you would be pleased, I think, if you bought one of these. It's got a lot of control. It doesn't have a valve for the flow control, but it uses the meter on the back to adjust how far you can pull the trigger back, which effectively does the same thing. And I find that to be, I think you have a lot more control that way, because then I can just dial it in for what I'm doing. Yeah, I never even figured out what happened to the Black Widow. I've had it all the way apart, and I just can't get it to feed anymore. All right, so here we go. Now let's look at this again. All right, so we've got the brown. This is the root beer brown. This is the copper. And then the red, the orange, the yellow. And it's basically going to be my color palette for today. I can leave the brown in, maybe use that for the shadows instead of black. And then just use the copper, the red, or maybe scratch the red and use the copper, the orange, and the yellow. And then the root beer brown with a touch of black to do the shadows. I don't know. While I'm thinking, I'm going to get some spray tack. Okay, go and go with the red in it. That tack up a little bit. Get to painting. How long have I been going so far? What time is it? Jeez, I've been 3 hours already. It's gonna be a long one. Sorry, guys. I appreciate you sticking in there, though. So we'll start with the red. Maybe we'll do red right down the middle and then just kind of fade out. No, let's start with yellow. Yeah. On the edges. What did I miss? Yeah, BK, it's just Scotch spray mount adhesive. Oh wait, on camera. There we go. Just if you let it tack up for a second, it leaves so little residue when you peel it off that it doesn't make a difference by the time you get the clear coat and everything on. You can't tell that you used it. Dude, Bob Ross was an airbrush. Me or Bob Ross? Oh man, I love Bob. I still watch him all the time. Well, not as much as I used to, but now that all this stuff's on YouTube all the time, it's easier. Ten is root beer and orange is 14. Okay. Sorry, I had to look at my color cheat sheet. These candies look the same color when they're in the jars. But exploiting his talent and then stealing all his work. Now again, you're not looking for a lot here. You're just looking to lay in. You're just trying to break up that background, which is why I don't have tons of color laid in this area. Let's get it. There we go. You can see it in there. And then we'll do the thank you, CW. I hope so. I mean, I am entertained to no end doing this stuff. I just hope you guys are as well. I'm not boring y'all to death. Okay. Right, so that's that one. We're gonna let that flash off for just a second, and then I'm gonna have to cover it before I do this. Actually, you know what? I could probably spray the top first. Let's do that. Can y'all hear the airbrush at all? Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, the big thing about any airbrush, man, is just the needle. Just be ever so careful with that fine point on them, because once they bend, there's no coming back. You're going to have to replace it. Now, luckily, the Iwata's got them. I mean, you can. I think they're only like $20 for new ones, so it's not really that bad. But just be cognizant of that when you're changing them out or cleaning it out. I mean, no big, man. I've got a pile of cheap ones around here. In fact, actually, funny enough, the back, I'll show you in just a second. This piece, what camera am I on? This one. So this piece that's open here is from one of my cheap Amazon airbrushes. It just happened to have the same thread size. So I can tighten up the needle nut if it gets loose without having to take the whole back piece off. Oh, you totally can. Just put a regulator on it. I'm running this airbrush off a 29-gallon belt-driven compressor. And I've just got a small regulator up above my desk that keeps it tuned down enough that it doesn't destroy it. Yeah, when I'm done streaming today, or when I'm done painting, I'll move the camera and just kind of show you the setup. Just remind me. Because I'll pull an Amy Joe. I'll just be like, okay, bye, and then just gone. Yeah, if she doesn't like get some merch made that just says okay, bye, that's like such a missed opportunity. Now, this is the only place I'm considering deviating from color. You guys let me know what you think. I think I want to do just white. And then do an overspray of one of the other colors. So just follow the spaghetti lines in white. Yeah, we're going to do that. No voting this time for you people. Dude, I don't know how Raja does that stuff. Like, I can turn things relatively quickly, but the speed that he kicks that stuff out at is just absolutely insane. Does he? That stinks. Well, thank you. All right, so now we need to decide what colors it's going to get. Well, don't be too thrilled yet. There's still time for me to screw it up. I have the mic cut out so that you guys don't have to listen to the airbrush every time I'm sitting over here cleaning it. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna, like I said earlier, I'm gonna start doing a different set of videos where it's just me in the shop working, and I won't have the compressor on then. That way you'll hear, I won't have the microphone compressor on. That way you'll be able to hear the sounds of the shop. This one you can hear. we'll do brown again, I guess, for the shadows, because that worked out pretty well. Yeah, I like that. Okay. And then I'm going to come back and hit the black, the transparent black around the shadow edges. Just kissing right up against this line. So it's still going to be mainly the sepia tone of that brown, but just enough black to make it jut under. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to do similar to last week's, except I'm gonna paint the Sunburst in white, except I'm not going to leave it in white. After the Sunburst is down, I'll come back and do what I did here, where I put the yellow in with the edges, except we'll build up a gradient starting at the center here and working out, and go from maybe like a deep red into some orange, or maybe start with the copper and then go copper, orange, and then yellow towards the outside edges. So let's get this helmet tipped down so I can see. Get you guys back to camera one. since I'm spraying white again, I just got to make sure I have a barrier here. So you'll just give me a second while I get all these edges just peeled back enough to get some tape in. The candies themselves are a little bit forgiving because they're transparent, but the white, just by nature of what it is, will interfere with the metallic in the flake. And so when you lay it down, it's obvious that it's there. Which is why it gets used for, well, so many different effects to give you that hologram look. It should do me. I guess sort of like an ink. It's a translucent pigment, urethane based. And then you mix it. I don't mix it because I don't use enough of the stuff to warrant buying the amount. So I buy it from my vendor pre-mixed and ready to spray. But you use an intercoat clear, which is basically just automotive paint with no tint in it. And then you mix the candy concentrate into that to the concentration level you want. And then even that can still be mixed 1-to-1 with urethane reducer. So you can make it look like almost an ink when it pours out. All right, in the top mode, here we go. This is going to be a mess to untape. Mm. Mm-hmm. Welcome back, CW. Yeah, the hardest part of the taping process, BK, is learning how to think backwards. Because the first thing that you lay down is the last thing you're going to spray. Which is part of the reason that I just sit here and tap my fingers. All right. How does that look? Let's see if y'all can see that from the side.
Not quite as smooth as the other one. I see a couple of them that I messed up, but oh well. What do you expect for free entertainment?
We got plenty of paint.
Tape. Tape. And then I'm spraying the red. That should be fine. Okay.
So again, the candy buildup here, the only reason I'm taping this edge is because there's some little gaps and I don't want the red bleeding through because then it'll leave hard lines. But since my red's going to be concentrated here, I don't worry about bleed over here because by the time I get to these edges, I'll be spraying the yellow. And then it'll just, if it oversprays, it'll add a slight amount of depth difference to these, which won't be perceptible once I get the candy on, or the clear coat on. I think the next thing I buy before I buy more cameras or anything is going to be another airbrush or two. So red. Yeah, pretty much just whatever I know my color palette's going to be for the day. Load up each of the guns with that in it, and then I don't have to sit here and clean between. All right, so we're going to start in the middle. Can you also move that forward a little bit? Yeah. So I'm going to start on the tape because I've got my center marked. And then build out from there. Do that again. And that'll be it. Yeah, got a little red left. We'll go some more. Orange is 14.
Just trying to decide now what I want to move on to, because I think I'm going to pull this pattern off. No, I should spray that in black first, huh? Yeah. All right, secret sauce time. All right. I'm going to spin this down. Go to camera 2, let y'all have a look at that. I'm going to step outside for a minute and get some fresh air. And I will be right back. But instead of going to my pause screen, I'm going to leave y'all right here on this screen. So y'all just keep screaming in the chat at people that I am here, and I'll be right back. I used to laugh at people when we lived in Florida that would ride without face shields because, man, exactly that. Eat some of the biggest dang bugs. All right. Not a lot of y'all here, but my average view time is going up drastically, so that's cool. I'm sure most of y'all know this already, but if you haven't subscribed or liked the video, I'd appreciate it if you would. It really helps get this stuff out to find, other people that might be interested in seeing it or learning from it. I do this every Tuesday at noon, I think is going to be the time slot. I may adjust back to 1 o'clock. We'll have to see. But yeah, subscribe, hit the notification button, and you'll know when I post a live. I try to schedule them at least a day ahead of time. I try to schedule on Friday when I know for sure what I'm going to be doing. That way everybody has ample time to get notification. Anyway, let's start mucking about and mess this thing up some. So what I think I want to do is, oh man, I don't know. See, I want to trust my gut and leave all of this silver like I did for the top layer of that black and white deck. But part of me wants to pull this tape out and spray the inside black and then leave the orange vinyl as a silver stripe. I don't know which one I want to see more. Oh, they're not that bad, Grumpy. I've had like 5 or 6 of them at a time. I also was a beekeeper for a while. Oh, I swelled up that day. It's a funny story. You know how you demonstrate something to somebody, and that's always when something goes wrong, right? So it's my biggest fear doing this live for you guys. But I would walk out, I could go out to my hives, and I wasn't one of those guys that could just lift everything up without all my gear on, but I could use about half my gear, and the bees didn't bother me. One of our neighbors was over, and I had to check the bees, and he wanted to come see. So I went to lift the lid, and I don't know if I just snapped it a little bit wrong or if I was standing in front of the opening a little bit too close. But man, they come after me, and it looked like Looney Tunes cartoon, the two of us just hauling across the yard. Florida sand just kicking up behind us. It was hysterical. Zan got stung in the face one time. She looked like a character out of Beauty and the Beast, and it wasn't Belle or Gaston. Oh, you'd hate it out here in the shop then, man. It is, wasp season is 100% in effect. Wasps are not around just to mess things up. They are apex predators in your garden. They're one of your best means of pest control if you do organic farming of any sort. Oh, I'm down for letting the wolf spiders live too, don't get me wrong. I'm actually down for letting just about any spider live. The only thing I'll take out is we got black widows here. Well, I mean, y'all got them in Florida too, but they get in my lumber. So they got to go. Just so I don't accidentally find one of them. This is really not a good angle for you to see from, is it? My favorite part about painting with the candies is that there's really no rules. So I had a little bit of my transparent black left, and then I just poured some red in. We're going to do the highlights or the shadows for this one with the red, so they'll actually kind of match the tone on the other side. Let's see. I don't know which is better for y'all. Let's see. Probably, I guess there. We'll see. So we'll leave that now, and then we'll take off this bit. So now for this piece, I think I'm just going to go black, because then when I pull off these green stripes, I'm just got these big bands of silver that are going to contrast there, and I think that'll look cool. But believe it or not, guys, we are getting close. Unfortunately, I will not be able to show you the entire process for the clear coat and stuff, because I cannot bring my cameras outside with this setup. But I will bring it back inside afterwards so that you guys can get one good look at it with the clear coat on it. Not gonna leave y'all hanging like that. All right. Oh, 100%, dude. Absolutely will. Give that man a cookie for remembering. Okay. What comes off next? Y'all are going to want to see this from the side, I'm assuming. All right. Yeah, Becky, I pretty much do time lapse for all of them. I was worried about what to put down there, but I think I'm going to leave that there because by the time I add the shadows in right around this edge, I think that's going to look pretty slick. So what do y'all think so far? Thank you, BK. All right. So while I've got a little black loaded, yep, I got enough. We'll go ahead and put in these last set of shadows. Dang it, I forgot a design element. What do I do with that? No, ma'am, I'm not. I know it's bad for me. But I only don't wear my mask when I can have my doors open. I have plenty of cross ventilation in here right now. I do put on my mask if I'm spraying my clear coats, and I also spray those outside. But I do appreciate you popping in. Thank you for being here. I met you on Thunderstruck's fishing channel, didn't I? Cool. I don't really care about the fishing, but man, he goes to some cool looking places. I just like having him up on the screen when I'm sitting in the office relaxing. I'm gonna leave you guys, I guess, on the side camera for this part. We'll see what happens. I need longer airbrush cables. So now I just need to figure out what to do with this design element that I forgot about. So I think it's gonna get a yellow 3 fade. That is a technique that my mentor is kind of known for. And I try to add one in everything I do just because I'm a goober like that. Anybody else have a mentor they've never met? Somebody that just inspires you to do things you would have never thought that you could do? Catch up. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. And surprisingly, all these guys y'all are listing, yeah, you know, they're an inspiration to me daily, and I don't even carve. It's just the level of artistry that they pull off helps keep me like in the right frame of mind. So anyway, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna pull off this center stripe of green, which I taped up incorrectly. So let me fix that. This is why I'm always harping on the fact that preparation for this is key, because now I'm having to go back and cut to retrieve a piece of tape when it should actually be laid over the top and easy to pull off. And in this case, it doesn't matter, but sometimes the pattern you're working with can get messed up when you actually run the razor through it if you cut too deep into the tape, and then you have a cut mark that will show. The clear coat will cover over it. There won't be a bump, but the light will refract different in that spot. Sorry. I'll try to remember to get the camera right. So what we're going to do is we're going to do 3 passes with the yellow just across this. Then we'll pull up the next set of tape and we'll do 3 more passes. And then we'll pull up the third one and we'll do 3 more passes. And then as they build, you'll get like this really rich gold to this super light silver. In fact, I might only do 2. I might just, instead of doing the 3 fade, I might do 2 fade. That way, when I pull up this last line, it remains silver all the way around. I think I'm going to go with that option. So let's load up some yellow and see what happens. All right. I'm going to put y'all back in side view here, I think, because you'll be able to see me work up this edge better. So that's one pass, two passes, and then that's the third pass. And then to compare, you can see the silver. There we go, silver versus what now looks gold. And then we'll do the same thing on this side. And three. I think I want that a little bit richer. So we'll do one more pass with a little bit more flow. And again, because you're using the candies, any overspray that gets into my shadow zones is just doesn't even affect the colors. All right. Like that. So now we'll take this. Take care, CW. And we'll do the same thing here. And this last one's going to take a little bit more finagling. Maybe not. Good. So we can go ahead and get these back sides off now. Well, no, let's see. I still got to put, I'll leave that on until I'm ready to do my shadow layer. All right. Yeah, let's go. Mine too. But we're still not done taping or painting yet, so. I mean, technically, I guess I could be, because if I just left this big silver stripe across the whole thing. But yeah, somebody said earlier about Death Star Run. This does look like Anakin's helmet from the Phantom Menace, doesn't it? All right, let's get some color on this. And then, I don't know, man, maybe. Poop. Indecision. No, no indecision. Make bold choices. Live life to the fullest. Never give up. Never surrender, Commander. All right, so is that a cut? That is a cut. Dang it. Okay. What did I miss here? Crapola. Yellow tape. Yeah, well, welcome in if you're just getting here. You're just getting to the fun part. We're about to finish up the last little bit of shadow work and get some clear coat on this guy. Call this one done. You do me a favor and take a moment and hit that like button. I'd appreciate it. If you're not subscribed and you like this type of stuff, I do this every Tuesday. Love to see you around. One of these days, BK, we'll see. I got a T9 little channel over here, so I don't get much push from the algorithm. But I said it earlier and I'll say it again. I don't have the view numbers that I had previously, but my watch time is substantially better than it has been. So I think all in all, it pans out. It's finally starting to find an audience that appreciates it, which is good. What are you saying, to the tags or to the hashtags? I'm so horrible with that. Whatever the heck they call it. Algorithm baiting. I'm like, I just want to paint, man. And if people could see it and appreciate it, then that's cool too, because, well, I think it's cool. Tic-tac-toe. All right. My wine tape. Well, I appreciate that. All right. So now the big question is, what color do I overspray these stripes in? I think root beer brown. Huh? Root beer brown right down the middle. And then maybe orange. No, copper. Yes, root beer brown and the copper right down the center stripe. That'll be the main design. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Hey, CD, welcome in. Glad you made it, man. So, nope. 10, yeah. That's too much. How you doing today, Bubba? I hope you are well. We still in the top camera? Good. Okay. I'm gonna start y'all on the back cam as we move up. So what do we have? We have Marvin the Martian. We have Peanuts Motorcycle Race, I think was one of them. The Lego Movie Guy was my thing. Hey, Grumpy, you would be happy to know that my average view time just reached 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Dig it. All right. Ah, sketchy. Come on, tape. Cooperate. There we go. Tape said nope. I was going to change. Yeah, I am going to change it just a touch. All right, we're going to do one more pass. Up this edge. Actually, you know what? Do this. Can y'all still? No, you can't. So back here. Okay. So I'm gonna. Ooh, I'm glad I looked. That would have stunk. Put that piece of tape in my way. That'd have been horrible. All right. Okay. We're going to come down and we're going to do a single pass right here just to give it a little double fade, but then I'm going to fade this away into this corner. That's the plan. All right, Grumpy, take care, man. Well, all right, guys, truth time. Let's see what happens. So where are we at? All right, we're gonna pull off this center stripe first, I believe. See if I can give y'all double the satisfaction here. Get these green lines to come off at the same time. Peace. All right. Now let's get to the side. Hey folks, that's about does it. This thing would never fit my big old melon head. Ever. All right, let me clean out my airbrush here so that I don't forget. I will try to get it out in the sunlight for you, Suzanne, but the new cameras that I have are plugged into my computer. So I'm not on my phone, so I can't just grab and go like I did before. I am, however, going to run it outside and shoot it with clear and then bring it back in. And that should help it sparkle some. If that's not enough, then I'll put my computer on my rolly tray and roll it out to the corner for you. All right, let me mix up some clear real quick. Oops. Sorry for that. Oh, the sun just, yeah. no substitute for getting one of these things under the sun. That's true. And this thing has got probably the heaviest mix of flake I've ever done with that pearl added into it. So I know it's going to just, well, I'm just the other side of the wall when I paint the spray, so, or for the clear. So when y'all hear me start screaming, you know exactly what happened. It looked amazing. Twinkle, twinkle, baby. Such an underrated film. Where's my stir stick? Come on. All right. I'll be right back. Here, y'all gonna look at this lovely mug that I'll be painting, I don't know, at some point. Oh my God, it looks so good. So that moving it up. No rolling. No rolling. I just stuck my thumb in the clear tape. Well, that's what cut and buff is for. All right. All right, guys. Well, there she blows. My Atari logo. That's what this whole thing started off to be. Was just a, I don't know, just an Atari logo. Let me see if I can get. So I've got one. Where's my other LED? All right, here we go. Let's see if I can get this to work. Because I don't have one of those fancy turning machines, so I got to make it with tape. Excuse me. So let me turn these off so that all you can see is that one. Now you see the importance of that white. It just makes that look like neon ropes. And if you're looking at it in person without the light, you can still see the shadow or the metal flake behind it. But when the light hits it, the white completely interferes with the reflective property of the flake and just becomes its own animal, so to speak. And then we do the same thing if you look at the you can see how the sunburst becomes a hologram.
Hey, Urban, glad you got in to see the end of it, man. Thank you, BK. Thank you, Suzanne. All right, guys. Well, I think I'm going to wrap it up. If anybody has any questions, I got a couple of minutes. I can take them. Anything I didn't cover? The great reveal. Anybody in here that is not in the chat or a friend of the channel already, I do this every Tuesday, noon Eastern or 1 Eastern, depending. I haven't really locked in a time slot yet. And yeah, we'd love to have you here. So like and subscribe. And I will see most of you guys in somebody else's live either tonight or tomorrow, I'm sure. And for anybody else, I will see you next week. It's been a pleasure. Take care, everybody.